Dear public, welcome in the Pleinzaal and also welcome in the internet. These masterclasses will be live streamed. There was quite a success in the last summer school, and we hope we have a big following today again. If people have questions to the masters, they can relay them live on the internet, and if there's things that we want to share with you, they will be asked to the masters directly at nearly the end of the session, and they can address those questions on their own or together with the candidates. So if you are watching this live, please put forward questions if there's something you would really want to know. Competition is hard work for all involved. We are very happy with the results that came out of a year-long of first rounds, and then last week of this week, the first semi-finals, and I think the jury has made a wonderful choice. But it is psychologically hard not to be elected for the finals. But as our jury member Jart van Ness said so eloquently in her speech at the official opening, winning is not necessarily the most important part for the development of your career. Take from a competition whatever you can. And we at the International Vocal Competition feel that we have an obligation to the candidates, even if they don't make it to the finals. We have here a set of legendary singers and pianists with us, and we want the candidates to have the chance to develop themselves through the incredible experience the masters have made in their decade-long careers. This afternoon, we start with the president of the jury, Felicity, Lott, and the pianist Graham Johnson. They will work with, as you have on your program sheets, Raoul Steffani and Daan Boertien, Matthias Hoffmann, Ochsendorf, Iida Antola, and Anni Laukkanen. The songs that will be worked on are on the program sheet. I will not repeat them all here now. The IVC does its best to help young singers to reach the top. And if you do the same as well, it is going to be repetitive, but once more mention is maybe not bad. Please become a friend and a member of the IVC family. But for now, have a wonderful afternoon and enjoy this very much. I present Felicity, Lott, and Graham Johnson. Please come forward.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a real privilege for us to be here and for us to have the chance of talking and working with some of the extraordinarily gifted singers who did not come through to the final. It's been a very rich year. There's a lot of talent about. And I have to honestly say it was a very difficult choice. There was a great amount of discussion. But the extraordinary thing is that we are living through each song that the singer sings, and even in these 20 minutes, we feel we get to know them. We've had nothing to do with teaching them this repertoire, or none of these people are our pupils, but sometimes the most valuable thing that can happen in a situation, and I think Felicity would agree with me, is a chance for artists from the older generation to meet the younger. So it's not so much a question of a lesson, it's a question of exchanging views, would you say? And a few observations. The days of the hard masterclasses made and designed to make people weep are long over, although there were some famous protagonists of this particular art. This is indeed just a conversation in mutual respect for very highly talented people, and views of songs that we may have, that the only advantage we have is that we've had perhaps a few more years to consider them. This is one of the advantages of getting old, that songs actually gradually reveal themselves to us. And as such, we would like to welcome Raoul and Daan onto the stage and begin a little bit of work.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Are you going to begin with the Schumann?
Yes.
Right.
bis auf dich geriet.
Thank you. Beautiful. Beautiful. Two tiny things. I think I miss, it didn't quite hold together for me. It's so fragmentary, this song, isn't it? It's hard to keep the line going all the way through, the thought going all the way through. Beautiful introduction. But then I feel that you should be absolutely ready to go on the breath, and we shouldn't see you take the breath to start. Tiny, so that you're part of all this, you know, if only. And then somehow find a different colour for the Doch was immer, the second. But I've never sung this one. It's so embarrassing. I think I've sung so many songs, and I mean, I have at least heard this one quite a lot.
The only one you never sang.
No. Oh no, there's loads. But I haven't got, I mean, trouble is when you have sung them, you have your own experience, and this is how I think it should go. So I don't have that, sorry, standing in front of you. But then I think, you know, this first, you know, it's full of love, the first section, and then there's more pain. So if you can find a sort of darker colour or frustrated colour, and then, and also make the vowels as long as you possibly can. I think they should be kind of bowed out, you know, just bring the consonants in at the end so you get a wonderful line. You have a lovely presence on the stage. It's lovely to watch you. I just sometimes wonder if the feelings are really coming from inside a tiny bit. Anyway, I don't know if you want to say anything about the...
Firstly, it's very impressive, for example, that extraordinary long breath.
Yes.
Congratulations. That's
Absolutely,
extraordinary.
yes.
It's one of the hardest things in singing to be technically masterful at the same time as emotionally vulnerable and fragile. If one is being a very good singer, there's something about being in charge of everything which is quite satisfying, and where you are doing a very good job of work and the sound is beautiful. But I actually feel that this is a very vulnerable love poem, and it's very similar to Nous avons fait la nuit, the Poulenc that we heard last night, where you are absolutely at the feet of somebody. In Poulenc's, in the case of Éluard, Nous avons fait la nuit, his wife Nush is a revelation to him of how the universe works, how the eternal feminine works. Here, Justinus Kerner also had a wonderful wife called Friederike. And when you go to the grave in Weinberg, you see, hier liegt Friederike Kerner und ihr Justinus. So the two are buried together, and there is that incredible feeling of, I just don't know what to do to praise you. And that inner thing, and the cultivation of that inner thing of becoming lost, not only in the poem, but in the feeling of loving this woman incredibly. That has to be convincing. And it involves, well, like an actor being convincing in King Lear. He doesn't actually have to lose all his property from his daughter and be thrown out of his kingdom, but he has to convince us that he has these feelings. How do we connect? I would like to feel that you had someone in mind when you sang this. I would like to feel that there was a greater sense of focus on a particular person for whom you have this abject admiration. And then in a sort of a way, so much of the music, if you get that poetic feeling right, takes care of itself. Of course, you have to do the note values and you have to do the notes and the words, but in a sense, instead of a singer singing beautifully, we actually have a person sharing an emotion. And that's what you have to work on. Because, I mean, you know, I can't fault the singing. I do think Felicity is right that it's too bitty. You have too many pauses because we actually feel that it's 5 separate sections. Note that there's a pause on the first A flat, but on none of the others. You could be a little little bit more rhetorical. You don't. The Stille, Liebe doesn't have to be like stock still, if you see what I mean. It needs to be a little bit more, so that when he comes, it's all part of the same piece. It's very bitty. It's partly Schumann's fault. It's partly the fact that this is a poem by Justinus Kerner of a very particular side. And sometimes the meanings of the words are set rather perversely. The prosody is sometimes a little bit difficult. Dieses Schmerz hat mich, ja, das bezwungen, dass ich sang, dieses kleines Lied davon, long sentences, and the thought has to go through. I think also, and I do think that we can talk about this with the Poulenc, which we won't sing now, but there is that sort of sense of rapt committal, so that the singing of it is almost incidental, so that we hardly notice that you're singing it beautifully. We are more or less carried with the emotions of the composer and poet. And generally in Poulenc, a lot of people misunderstand that it's not smoochy music, it's not cabaret music, it's not exquisite music, it's directly emotional music sung simply and fully on the voice. I found there was a lot too much mezzo voce and smoke mirrors and perfume going on for my taste. Not in your case, but generally in the singing of Poulenc. This is deadly serious, and this song is just as serious. So when you say, "Könnt ich dich," we want to know if there's a dish in that dish for you. Part of our interest in listening to singers is you cannot tell us anything about your private business, but we want to know you have a private business. We don't know the details, but we want to know, because, you know, it's a theatre art and it's actually a glamorous art, and singing is quite a glamorous thing when one's a young person with a beautiful voice. And we want to think, what lucky person is the receiver of these emotions? So you have to actually commit to a greater program of Innigkeit and interiority. That's all I have to say about that.
Do you think the tempo is right? Not too slow?
Well, Schumann, as you know, is the most unhelpful composer in the world with tempo. He says nicht schnell, well, thank you. Does that mean not? Does that mean fast? Or does that mean slow? No, not so slow. I mean, and innig, well, there's the word. I didn't, and I that's the sort of tempo that I've always known. Da 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 dee, this wonderful turn like in Frauenliebenden. This Italian thing in Schumann's music as a result of him admiring the opera in Milan as a young man and seeing the great Grisi and Pasta, these great singers. Da 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 da, all these slightly Italian ornamentations, they sounded to me natural. Beautiful sound. You have a lovely sound, the keyboard. We just want a little bit more of you. And actually let the voice do its own work. You are fortunate that you have a great vocal gift, but now let that happen and concentrate on imagination. Should we hear the next song?
I think we should hear the beginning of this one,
Good.
at least. Yeah.
And think forward in the first line, Dan, so it doesn't actually,
Yeah.
yeah.
das längste Lied.
Just, can I stop you? I'm so sorry. I think you could keep more still, or keep the focus more still, because as soon as you start doing any kind of gesture, then it becomes, you know, a sort of not just directed at one person. If only I could tell you what I feel like. I don't know. Just find somewhere and stay there.
Könnt ich dich in Liedern preisen, säng ich dir das längste Lied. Ja, ich würd in allen Weisen nicht so singen immer müd.
Slow there, I think. Excuse me.
I think that's much. I think the still thing is a very good thing, so that this is for one person, not for the
Yes.
public. And they are watching you consecrating to one person rather than saying, "Hey, public, I'm feeling this." And that's one of the things. And I think, remember in that second phrase, "Ja, ich würde in allen Weisen dich zu singen." Even though there's a crescendo marked, don't ever let the sound too aggressive for the woman that you're addressing. We need to find a mezzo voce color on the allen. And Herzgeliebte is another one. What every baritone needs in the world to become Fischer Disca is a high F sharp that's piano.
Actually, I thought it was beautiful that time you sang that. I thought it was lovely, the Allenweisen.
But the wonderful thing is that don't let it get out of the frame of intimacy, and never let it sound as if you're being aggressive. Treat her with the greatest gentleness. I mean, that, you know, she's got to be a person that you're giving everything to. Just, do you want to go on, or do you want to...
Yes, of course,
we
we
better
haven't
go.
got very much time.
Yeah, no.
Shall we?
Just once to try it.
I would like to hear it again. Yes, I would really. And I mean, I think it's amazing that you do that in one breath. I mean, you could take a quick expressive one before nimmer, couldn't you? I don't know. I mean, I wonder. I've always tried to do everything in huge long phrases, and then finally, I wonder sometimes whether it's worth it. Whether I just do it to show off. You're not, but. But I think, you know, with the ritardando that you feel that, you know, we don't feel gosh, he's got to the end, but maybe. And at the very end, I thought that could have been a bit more expansive at the very end. Anyway, should we just do the beginning again?
Könnt ich dich in Liedern preisen, säng ich dir das längste Lied. Ja, ich würd in allen Weisen nicht so singen, nimmer müd. Doch was immer mich betrübte ist, dass ich nur immer stumm tragen kann dich, Herzgeliebter, in des Busens Heiligtum.
Possibly that you could move on a little bit and not hit the doch quite so, you know, doch was immer, I don't know, doch was immer, maybe, I don't know, probably been told.
I preferred the breath with nimmer müd, because you could then do a ritardando.
Okay.
Yes, I like that too. But then I feel that this ought to move a bit. This all through through these couple of lines.
You know, this is a particularly difficult poet. He's a very mystical, specialized poet. A person who's, I would call Carl Jung, avant la lettre, one of the first psychoanalysts, one of the first nature healers, a very extraordinary character, this poet. And the Bosens Heiligtum is an incredible phrase. It's very high flown, but somehow we've got to suggest. It's one of those things where we can't throw the thing into the audience. It must be them coming to us to hear the thought, as you actually have it in your heart. I don't think that you need to, I think the stillness and letting people overhear what you're thinking rather than feeling that you have to make a performance, that'll give a greater feeling of being more interior with your feelings. But I mean, it's very well done.
Yeah, it's beautiful anyway, but just tiny things. Do you want to go on to our Chloris?
Yeah.
Because we won't have time. Thank you.
It's a ridiculously small amount of time, isn't it? Yeah.
French is lovely. It's beautiful. I think you should come in time at the very beginning. I think, and this is another one. It never gets above piano, really, does it? It's all. I feel very embarrassed because I had to sing it in front of you lot the other day, which was terrifying, and all my good intentions go out of the window, and I'm just hanging on to them. But. I think you could do less with the mute E's at the end. You know, they get a bit fantaisie. You know, they're a bit heavy. Yeah, a bit heavy. And I've been singing, French song for years and years and years, and at the moment I'm doing some coachings with François Leroux, who's a great expert, of course, on mélodies and all the rules of French poetry. And I thought, crikey, I didn't know about all these rules and about whether it's an octosyllable or a anyway, I'm a blonde singer. Well, I was a blonde singer. Anyway. So, I mean, in that long phrase, tout ce qu'on dit de l'ambroisie ne touche point ma fantaisie. Because there's the rhyme with au prix. I don't know. I think there should be some kind of little nod to the rhyme with fantaisie, au prix. But if we get the great it sort of gets a bit heavy. Yes. Try and not close your eyes too much. I don't know. I think when you cut everybody out, I don't know. I wear lenses now, but when I was younger, I couldn't see a thing. It was terrific. I could never see the audience. It was just a blur. And, no distraction. And I could find a place and pretend I was deeply involved, even if I was frightened and wasn't. But you're such a completely charming, lovely presence on the stage, and I think if you just let us have a bit more of you. Mm.
This is a pastiche. Obviously, Reynaldo was a great pasticheur. He wrote much less important songs than many great song composers, but somehow they sum up something about French music and about the decadence and about the turn of the century and about what it is. I mean, the Chanson Grise of Verlaine and these other Reynaldo Hahn songs are little jewels. And this is one of the jewels, but it's not, as important as a great Debussy song or a great Fauré song. But he was a great Mozart conductor, and he was a very, he was also very interested in history and as I say, pastiche. I've played this song many times. I've come to like it a little faster. And I mean, because in 3, at the moment you're doing... And I personally, da-da-dee, da-da, that flows a little bit more. It's so beautiful that, of course, like the air on a G string, you can expand it and you can bathe in it. But and I'll tell you where I feel it doesn't work at a very slow tempo. S'il est vrai, Chloris, que tu m'aimes, mais j'entends que tu... It's that aside in the brackets. Mais j'entends que tu m'aimes bien.
Which is, the m'aime bien is important, of course, because that changes the whole idea of what sort of love it is. Because aimer can mean I just like you, but m'aimer bien is more.
But that is really a bracket. I mean, I've seen people do the song a good deal slower than that, which is utterly wrong. It is in 3 and not in 6. But it's a question of how, everybody... different. I think you like it this time.
I think it's lovely because it's like a slow bounce, and I think it's just got that sort of rolling or bounce up. That's what I like.
Well, I mean, this is one of the things that we actually go from time to time. We all. I think you should maybe try it, and then in fact that middle section dee da dee da 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 would even be a little bit faster than it is.
I've never seen that marking actually, plus vif, there.
I've actually, no, in a sense, I don't think that that's in the original Reynaldo Hahn.
I don't think so.
I think that's an editorial marking from someone called Hal Leonard. It isn't in the original. And one of the disadvantages, if you try and play it very slow, everybody, in my opinion, you hit the right tempo when you went there. Yeah. It was the only natural tempo. No, I mean, you don't have to try, because what you did was good, but I mean, in a sort of a sense, obviously when you rehearse in a duo, you should try these things. I think it makes, to my mind, the slightly faster tempo makes it slightly less sentimental and slightly more elegant. I mean, Théodore de Vaux was thrown into prison by Louis XIV, as a matter of fact.
Not for writing this.
No, but for moral turpitude.
Dear.
I mean,
We don't want any more of that.
which I think Louis XIV throwing anybody into jail for moral turpitude is actually a cheek. But anyway, no, I mean,
Just, yeah. Why is it that the notes are so? I don't know. I mean, I find personally, ne touche point ma fantaisie is hard. It's not high, but it's open. Yeah, yes. It's difficult to know quite where to put
but you
that.
sing it in tone higher than this.
Do I?
Yeah. You sing it in E.
No wonder it's difficult.
Would you like to take this one? Should we take this one home and use it?
Do you want to, have we got time to just do the last? No, we haven't. Oh, sorry about that.
It's been a great pleasure.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Lovely sound. Thank you so much. Can we perhaps have Matthias and Lisa for the next
Hello.
group?
Hello.
Hello. Hope you're there.
Could we start with the Jäger?
Yeah.
Yes.
Because we have so little time, and it's quite a long song, you are going to do the sourdine. I didn't really much want to do a lot of work on the Jäger. I wanted to make a general observation. So instead of singing it through, it's quite a long song, and use our time for discussion.
Okay.
Do it up until before Willkommen denn des Jägers last, yeah.
Regen fort und fort, kein Sonnenschein zur Stunde. 3 Tage lang kein gutes Wort aus meiner Liebsten Munde. Sie trotzt mit mir und ich mit ihr, so hat sie's haben wollen. Mir aber nachts am Herzen ihr das Schmollen und das Grollen. Willkommen.
Right. All right, I want to just talk about the character of this piece. Both Schubert and Schumann, and Wolf sometimes, not so much Schumann, but certainly Schubert and sometimes Wolf, set working men's songs. There are various Jägers and Totengräbers and Fischers and all the rest of it. It's not exactly Volkslieder, but it's this character. I'm convinced of 2 things. If Wolf had really wanted it as fast as that, he would have written 16ths. And the tempo you're doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, is my definition for the Viertel, schnell. And he is too emotionally clever. He's a rather more simple man.
Okay.
The man you are going and saying, oh my God, I've had a terrible love affair, I don't know what's happening, and she's very... I've had a terrible... I mean, this is a Jäger. He's a man of the people. He's earthy.
Okay.
And some of the things I noticed, some of the words in this wonderful Mörike poem were going by so quickly that I wasn't actually hearing his thought processes. His thought processes are not so... we have in English mercurial, like Mercury. I mean, he's really is that 1, 2, 3, 4. That's still very fast. And actually, Wolf only says kräftig. And I mean, this was and kräftig is a little, to my mind, heavier. And then you have a chance to do. You have the chance to do more of the phrasing. And suddenly you can get a character on the stage who is big, full heart, really loves her. But we have a phrase in English, he's not the sharpest knife in the box. And in a sense, that's what always, when you actually get the Jäger songs, all of these Viennese sophisticates write working men songs. They are good bieder Leute, but they are not, you know, huge philosophers, really. He's got a girlfriend, and sounds like a man with too much impulse. You'll be amazed if you try it more steady how the poem unfolds. Just do a bit and see if you. One, 2, 3, 4.
Drei Tage Regen fort und fort, kein Sonnenschein zur Stunde. 3 Tage lang kein gutes Wort aus meiner liebsten Munde. Mit ihm, so hat sie's alle wollen, mir aber naht's am Herzen ihm das Golden auf das Golden.
This makes no difference to your breath, really. No, it makes no difference to your breath. But there's so much information. 3 Tage Regen fort und fort. Kein Sonnenschein. There's been 3 days of rain. No sunshine either. 3 days, no good word from my mouth of my beloved. No, it's been 3 days of rain. It's been 3 days. No, we don't want that.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, and in a sense,
didn't get that. It's
part of the humor of this piece, because you know it's not that serious.
Yeah, no.
I mean, it's a man looking at a simple man's love affair. It's actually quite patronizing, but I'm afraid to say that when you actually get all these working men also in Schubert, they are lovely people and wise people, but it's like in Shakespeare plays, there's always working people who understand something about life better than the kings. But they are not schnell, they are, I think you need to actually imagine what I call a Bavarian hunter. But I mean, but it's look, that's all I want to say, because basically, and in a sense, it doesn't have to be so angry from you.
No.
It doesn't have to be so violent. He's a good-hearted person. You don't want to suggest that he's going to go and kill her. And then in the end, and then of course there's room to do that extraordinary accelerando on the last bar. And that's when it's special, and suddenly she comes back to him, and then they are doing it. But there's a lot of softness in here too, and that was also not very evident. It was fast and loud and exciting. Never use speed as your interpretative force. Because if you use it, you maybe get an exciting feel to the music, so everybody goes, wow, that was fast. But you are actually throwing away the chance to actually use the text deeply. And this text is so interesting. Anything that Mörike writes is masterful. Allow it to expand and allow it to be older and thinking, bad weather, no sunshine, no word from her, not a good day. Not, you see? And all these 3 different thoughts, even on the first page, we don't take them in. There are other things, Erstes Liebeslied, eine mentions where there's a reason to do äußerst schnell, and he can write a song that says äußerst schnell at the top. But kräftig, I mean, think of it in it's an Achtel, kein Sechzehntel, in the left hand. I reckon that having been said and that you can think about it, we should go to en sourdine.
Yes.
Yeah.
You certainly lost me in that one, you know, because it's not my repertoire at all, but in the performance it was, you know, I couldn't hear always. It's difficult to balance that when some of it's so low. So I think if you can get more dynamic contrast in that in the Jäger, sure, the en sourdine was lovely, I think, but anyway, I'll try and find something wrong with it.
I mean, this idea, isn't it true that if you're a professional gamekeeper or a hunter of some kind, or working on the land, you'll be very wise in certain deep things about animals, about the forests, about trees. But your emotional life is going to, you have to be learning about love and women, you know, and that's where you are, that's where it appeared that you were too much like Byron, the great lover. Which he is not like that. He has to be a little bit more.
Yeah.
He's not stupid. He's not stupid, but
Yes.
he's actually.
He can be young. Yes, he
He
can be young.
He can be young. It's a character piece. It's a character piece of, and Wolf is slightly smiling at him, and that's what we lose. There was no. The composer is saying, "Isn't he delightful? He's such a nice man." And he will eventually find his lovely girlfriend and wife, but this is not how we do things in Wien. Do you know there's that Viennese attitude for the ländliche Leute, you know? And that's a part of the great leader tradition, actually. This element of the city finding the country people slightly funny, but lovely. Dear, but funny. Now also dear. Very different.
Beautiful. I wish I could see you from the front. Don't let us lose your eyes.
Oh yeah, I closed.
You close it, yeah. The shot. It's so beautiful what you do. It's really lovely. Couple of, all these, the all vowels could be a bit more profond, que les branches hautes, needs a bit more effort with the lips.
Okay, yeah.
A bit more forward of those. There was a ferme tes yeux à demi. Yeah. Tiny, picky things. I mean, not a big z like that, but liaison. And then croise tes bras sur ton sein. If you can do something, because there's a pianissimo on that. I mean, yes, just to think where you're going.
Yeah.
And there was one liaison that I don't think you should have done. Where was that? No, I just can't remember. Oh, that added E. I needed a pencil. Never mind. Viens à tes pieds, wasn't it? Qui vient à tes pieds. Without the T. Yes.
Okay, yeah.
There shouldn't be one there. There's a comma after it.
Yeah.
And there's a comma, you can breathe. You probably don't need it, but where was that?
Oh, yeah.
Nos cœurs et nos... I mean, it's quite nice if there is that tiny break.
Yeah.
Mêlons nos âmes, nos cœurs et... It gives it a bit more expression. Yeah. Ce silence profond. Yeah. Lovely though, it's beautiful. And lovely playing, except there was one writ I didn't like. But so expressive, it was lovely.
I don't think you need to do the crescendo on gazon rouge.
Oh, leave it away? Yes.
I don't
Just
like
hold
that
it,
so
I
much.
think.
Yeah.
That was an amazing breath. I couldn't ever do that.
It's beautiful
very
breath,
jealous.
and I just don't think that the word suddenly with the crescendo takes on too much a significance.
Yes.
Let her do the crescendo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think it's one of the really nicest, most stylistic pieces of French song singing from a German-speaking singer that I've ever heard. You've been extremely well prepared in the Fauré style, because what many German-speaking people tend to do with this is liederize it, which is a sort of process of going through feelings that are not necessary in this particular thing, and it has to go from A to Z like that. And you did so beautifully, but why do anything other than what you were doing in the last half a page? Chante da ba 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 bi da 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 bum bum bum. Don't try and do the traditional thing of ending sensitively. The whole piece has been so wonderfully planned, like a piece of Swiss watch machinery. It's unbelievable that when you just do it as it's written, it's so much more beautiful without you having to think, oh, these nightingales, oh, the singing. And then you begin to do Lieder response. This is not Fauré response. This is actually what you would do in a Brahms song or even a Schubert song, but not in this song. And what I really admired with you is that you have a great feel of the song going from A to Z. It's a nice, long line, simple, heartfelt. It wasn't overdone. You know, and there are little moments like do, the word do, where you can actually make a little bit of more color. But these are not rubatos, they are just awarenesses of harmony.
Yeah.
But I mean, once you begin da 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 da, and it's a completely correct tempo, but just keep it. And di 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 di, and the thing about it's Voix de notre désespoir. In that poem, for the first time, we discover that a relationship is happening which is not happy, that is doomed. And then the sound of the nightingale is traditionally the sound of unfulfilled love. And the nightingale will sing, and not, oh my God, that nightingale. Just, that's it. That is the extraordinary good taste of what French music is. It doesn't get bogged down in a sort of a type of warm sea of emotion. And you both did that. You rode this very well. I mean, it's just excellent singing.
Yes, it was lovely, really beautiful.
And I really think that, what other Fauré songs have you done?
Actually, no other Fauré.
My goodness. Well, you've got some lovely things to discover then.
Oh, yes. we did the park.
Yeah.
But La Vague et la Cloche, which was more than
Duparc is the bridge composer between German song and French song. I mean, thank heavens when Duparc first started writing his Lieder in 1870, L'Invitation au Voyage, it brings into French melody the seriousness of Lieder, but it still remains melody as a separate form. But the Wagen La Cloche is extremely big ballad and very exciting. It's not actually, this is more typical of French music.
We did Hahn,
Hahn. You do say Hahn. With an H, yeah. No,
You can say Hahn because he's a German, the father was a German from Venezuela. He came to Paris via Venezuela where he was born. And a lot of German-speaking people were in South America, as they always were, yes, well, I think, have you got anything else to say? Do you want to do the lyric skis? Probably not.
Don't probably have it with you. No.
we have it here.
Do you?
Yes, do. Let's hear it.
Yes.
Do you? Yeah, great.
It's so short.
Yes. But Fauré said, or at least Claire Croizat said, that Fauré was absolutely rigid on tempo, and the only thing he didn't like was an unnecessary rallentando. He was metronome.
I think he said he was a walking metronome.
Yes.
Yeah.
And anybody trying to actually get perfume out of the music, the perfume will come only if you don't squeeze it. If you start squeezing it, the perfume doesn't work. But that's, I mean, you know, I thought your whole mental attitude to the song was very good.
Lovely so.
Beautiful. Thirty words about it, we have time.
Yeah, one liaison par une voix.
Par une voix.
Yeah.
Also without a T.
Also without T, yeah. But so lovely, absolutely beautiful. And those, I mean, at the end of each little verse is quite tricky, isn't it? All those jumps. It's beautiful, absolutely beautiful. The only thing, I wish you frown all the time, you know. You have this wonderful smile. So if we could see, you know, I don't know, try.
Right, then always like this.
No, but that's just lovely.
Beautifully played too. And you
Beautifully
notice
played,
there's
yes.
a tiny bit more rubato possible in this style than with Fauré.
Yeah.
I mean, Reynaldo Hahn adored Fauré. Fauré was for him the end of music, and then he disliked Debussy and Ravel and all those things. He was so famous as a very young man. Do you know that he was actually 13 when he wrote that piece? No, was it maybe
Maybe that was
Cime Vert.
Yeah, Cime Vert.
He was in 1888, which from childhood he could write these wonderful songs, and of course there's a lot of Massenet, wonderful high notes at the end, as in so many Massenet pieces. But no, I think you should really do this because your temperament is suited to this kind of music. You should try Poulenc and
absolutely.
the Tildor, maybe the Le Travail du Peintre,
Yeah.
because you actually have the color for it.
Yes.
And actually the lack of fussiness.
Yes.
The ability to let go all your leader training about stopping on words and coloring and doing things and just keep going in a long line. But you have the talent to do that.
And holding that last exquis, with that was beautiful, absolutely beautiful.
From both of you, thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
That was lovely. Thank you.
And now can we please welcome Iida and Anni. Yeah.
Hello. Hello. Lovely to meet you too. Hello.
Nice to meet you. Hello.
Oh,
Which do you want to begin? Do you want to begin with? How do you want to begin?
right. Okay.
Yes. For me, it stops and starts a bit much. I think you should really come in, in time. It needs a sort of languorous, but there is rhythm there. It's kind of grand, the opening too. I think you get it's a bit floppy.
Okay.
A little bit floppy. And I know, it is kind of nightclub feeling, but not really. I think you've taken it maybe just a little bit far, that. And certainly the first note, couple, you need to come in rather than sliding up. I think you need to come in clean on that, as if it were something classical. Couple, I can't do it today. Couple, aux accents. And then le violon. It comes out, we get rather a lot of le violon. Et son joueur. Make those a bit longer. Et son joueur me plaise. I think it just could be a bit more simple, really, and more in time, and the ah as well, whatever that is it an E flat? No, an E. Ah, j'aime ces. Ah, j'aime ces. Ah, really. Ah, j'aime ces gémissements tendus, whatever it is, but not. I don't know. It just came and went a bit. Sorry. It's a bit overdone, and the slide, a bit too much sliding. Aux accords sur les cordes des pendus. Yeah, I didn't get a p on pendu, and le cœur, and quasi parlando en forme de fraise. I don't know more. It was simpler. Le cœur en forme de fraise. I don't know how do you think of this? How do you think of it, this song?
Well, I've actually aimed for a more grotesque approach, so it seems that I did manage.
You did brilliant.
Exactly. So, yeah.
I think.
We can make another version.
Yeah, I think so.
But
I
you
think
see,
so because Louise de Villemorin, wrote these poems. She was.
The thing about Poulenc is that he uses certain characteristics sometimes of the nightclub and popular music, but they are digested into the music so that they never become cabaret items like La Diva de l'Empire or Je te veux of Satie.
Yeah.
It's actually a very serious melody with a very serious poem by a very beautiful but actually quite elegant and simple woman. It never turns into a parody. And in fact, that's why Poulenc stands after Fauré, Debussy and Ravel as one of the great French song people, with extremely serious texts to be taken extremely seriously. And people see the chance of maybe doing a little bit of nightclub, because that is so digested inside there that it comes up without you having to work too hard to do extra. And it's actually, if you were to do the entire cycle, you couldn't do that with some of the other songs, and suddenly this would stick out.
Have you done them, in fact? Have you done the whole cycle?
No, I haven't.
I think that would be good for you, to see how the La Dame d'André and Sur l'herbe and the other,
Cadavre.
and Fleur and all the other songs, and Il Vole, there's a sort of thing that is part of the same tradition of Fauré. The song goes from A to Z, and we don't start and stop and start and mess and play. I mean, some music needs that, and it can be very useful if you really give it. But even Les Chemins de l'Amour, I think, doesn't benefit from vast amounts of rubato and messing around. It works much better when you just do it simply. Also, I'd have you note that the actual metronome mark is a little bit faster than you actually think it is.
Yeah.
And to get the smooch, to make it all slower, doesn't help it.
Okay.
I mean, in a sense, the idea of wanting to milk something like this for all the Frenchified, I mean, all of us who are not French tend to think of French music as having a certain type of louche glamour. But actually, it is not. It's actually very, from inside the music, when you're doing it, it's quite simple and elegant. You don't actually have to do anything. Just use your beautiful voice and use the French and let the song and the act and the architecture take care of itself. And you don't have to actually do. There's a tiny bit of rubato, but the introduction was too much. Just begin it again.
Yeah.
Oh
Yum.
That's lovely.
Go on.
For me, that starts a bit early, that portando. But that's, I mean, I think that's so much better. It's
That's the
stylish
Poulenc
and
style,
elegant.
honestly.
It's
That
lovely.
is the Poulenc
It's
style.
lovely. And you, I mean, you looked stunning in your wonderful dress and your beautiful hair when you sang to us. And then, I don't know, I think you should just trust that and not think you've got to do all that stuff.
It's the difference between a French song like this and certain cabaret songs by Weill or Brecht, where you
Yeah.
can really play the grotesque. This is absolute elegance from beginning to end, and it is not at all grotesque. And that is the poet herself and Poulenc's style and everything. And I think it sounded so much better. And if you just continue like that, as you say, the portato was early.
Yes. Yeah, so all the way down. It's just, if you leave it a bit later, it's lovely. The tendu, I mean, he marks them as well when he wants them, doesn't he, in this? There's one marked on tendu and malaise, but later on, they're not there. In the last phrase, you know, I don't think they're particularly marked comme un fruit. It's not marked there. It's stronger if you don't do them, I think.
Can
we have some more consonants? Sorry. Et son joueur me plaise. Sur la corde. I didn't hear the corde des malaises.
You must understand that not only is Poulenc very often to be heard on records showing us how his songs can be done, and that's one of the greatest lessons, because no one played his songs as well as him, and he had a very great singer called Pierre Bernac, for whom many of the songs were written. Obviously not this, because it's a woman's song. But Felicity and I are amongst the last surviving generation who studied with Bernac. So we were actually there, and this piece was performed, and I can assure you that from the horse's mouth we are able to speak, because Poulenc is a 20th century composer, he's not like 19th century. And we knew the people who were very close to him, and his family, and Felicity is president of the Les Amis de Francis Poulenc. So actually, in a sense, what we're trying to do is not foisting an opinion, but actually telling you about the actual canonical style as accepted in the Poulenc tradition from the composer's own mouth. And I mean, that's why we are so certain. Otherwise we'd say, well, if you want to do it like that, I suppose, but actually I know you'll actually get a feeling of the piece being just as beautiful if you just go through it. And avoid the temptation. You may feel that you're being cheated now at the moment because you can't really get so much fun out of it.
More cultivated than before.
French music should always keep on the move. It doesn't dally around like sometimes German song does, with a little bit of this and a little bit of that. It's like the dance, which is related a lot to French music. It continues and unfolds. And there's no room for us to go, oh my God, that was beautiful. We just continue and leave the beauty happening as we sing. It's just created. We don't actually have to work for it. Providing you sing beautifully, do the dynamics, do as you're told. It's amazing how it works. You don't actually have to add that. I mean, it's disappointing, isn't it? It's disappointing that you sometimes can't use it and give it free rein. But it's a very disciplined aspect of the French repertoire, and that's the tradition we were brought up in, and which we are just trying to hope to show you. Yes, to pass on, yes. Why don't you, is there time to finish the song?
Yes, can we go from Ah, jamais ces gémissements entendus?
Des
I have one further thing to say to you, and that is, remember that Louise de Villemerin is observing this, not experiencing it. She's in a place and seeing it and noting it. So you're telling a story, not necessarily in the middle of it. And that's what is actually so marvelous about her poetry, because she gives her take on things. And with great elegance. She was very beautiful, very elegant, very rich. And had millions of lovers, but nevertheless, there's that chic that doesn't, so there, if you're an observer of this whole scene, rather than being the violinist or that, you're just seeing it happen and writing it down in elegant form, and that, I think, gives you the right thing. Sorry, what you were going to say?
No, that's right. I can't remember.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine.
Right, let's go on and do the Schubert. Again, this is long, and I don't know, we'll hear, yes.
Yes,
Okay, thank you. Can I just show you something? In a message in 2, what you did was beautiful. I personally think by the time you're going 1, 2, and we hear oars. I think you need to actually feel the sense of being on the boat with the oars. And being able to suck in nature through contemplation. Remember, you were on Lake Zurich. If you are Goethe, you are recovering from a decision not to marry Lily Schönemann. You're with a great philosopher, scientist called Lavater. This is a thing where Goethe writes a poem about his state of mind and enjoying the present and throwing away dreams of happy marriage. Weg zu schöne Träume. And so it must suggest contemplation in nature. If we go, now that immediately suggests to me to be contemplating something, not sadly contemplating. And then when you get to the section, Die Welle, Die Welle wiegt. Die Welle wieget uns. Welle wieget uns. The idea of wiege is too, you see how your tempo was too busy, too active. And it's floating on the blaue Welle, Himmel an, and then you have, and then this tempo, yum, ba, 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 oh, I know, da, 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 and then, ya, ba, ba, ba,
Yeah.
and yeah. Now I'll hand it over to Felicity. What did you think?
No, it is lovely, that gentle rocking tempo, though, isn't it? I think that's nice. I think be ready to come in with, I think you cheat us with your first note a bit. Und frisch, it's und frisch. I think you could sing through that one a little bit more, and just think that's all one long sentence. So, no, beautiful. That's all.
Right.
Except maybe you could do more. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I always have afterthoughts. Don't have many thoughts, but they're always after. I think you could grow a bit more in those, with Berge von Himmel. Maybe. I think it's all very controlled. I wish you'd. Now in this one, not in violon, don't let go in that, but in this one.
Okay.
And then at the very top, don't open too wide, because that's something I noticed. It's a bit,
Yeah.
so try and keep it, yeah.
What I would like to also talk about is how we do the second section. The second section is one of the abiding, controversial talking points, particularly as he writes no change of tempo. Now, if this song was just one of the Schubert songs left in manuscript that had never been published, and there were hundreds of those, you would actually think, well, maybe if he'd taken the song to publication, he would have been more careful of writing a change of tempo. But this is a published song. This is from Opus 92, about 1825 or 6 in terms of publication. And can I just show you something? I mean, it's only my opinion, but it's years of doing it other ways. I can assure you that if anybody does something that is bad Schubertianly, I've done it before you. Because that's how we get better. We try and we make mistakes. And when we're reading things as young people in love with Schubert, it's all wrong, but at least the love is there. It's important for the love to be there.
Yes.
Even if you get it wrong, you've got years, hopefully, in your profession to get it right. But I personally feel, could you actually go from Weg to Traum?
Weg zu Traum, Kreuz du bist, auf Leben ist, auf Leben ist.
Now, 1, 2.
Auf Leben blinken, 1000 schwebende Sterne, aus dem Nebel trinken, links der Türme der Ferne, orgebt und pfleget die beschattete Bucht, und im Segel spiegelt sich die reifende Frucht. Auf der Welt blinken 1000 schwebende Sterne, aus dem Nebel trinken, links der Türme der Ferne, weiche Nebel trinken, links der Türme der Ferne, auf der Welt blinken 1000 schwebende Sterne.
See, that is the same too. And it gives you the feeling of your progress through this is to say, Go away, dreams of the future and love and everything that's worrying me about marrying this woman that I don't really feel comfortable the thought of marrying. That's when the poem was written, on Lake Zurich. And you think life is beautiful as it is, with all the stars. What's that? And fine, that's not the right mood. Thousand wind and heat, I mean, that's, I've heard you. It's revelation. The beauty of life and nature as it is. It's a little harder sometimes than singing it fast, but I'm convinced by this extraordinary feeling of the wind playing. I think that's very beautiful between the voice and piano at that tempo, and actually faster than that, it's very hectic.
Yeah, I think it's quite often easier to do slightly slower because you don't have to sort of gasp. You know, you have time to breathe, so you can be more settled in your body, can't you? It was a shame to break up. Your articulation, everything is wonderful, and your text is so clear. But auf der Welle blinken, then we get a break. So if you can do auf der Welle blinken, tausend schwebende Sterne, and then weiche Nebel trinken. Yeah, just let sing through the N a bit. But it's beautiful. And then there's, where is it? It seems so high all of a sudden when you've been swimming around down there.
Because it's so high in the passaggio dopo bit.
Yes. Yeah. So you have to sort of settle yourself up on a slightly higher level, and I don't know. I mean, I'm very keen on singing through your eyes and I don't know. I think if you've got your eyes open rather than worrying about the note, you know, you just have to believe it's going to be marvelous, and then, you know, and think about it.
That's my focus face.
Yeah. Well, I pray a lot, you know. Yeah.
Yes. From that dee, if I go like this, just play the postlude as at the tempo I did it. Dum, dum, bum, 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 da, dee, dee, dum. 1, 2, 1, ba 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 bum, ba 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 pum, 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 ba ba. Yeah. So that's believe you me, I am convinced with Schubert that the later he goes on in writing his songs, he tries to get unity. And sections like this related to each other and effectively being written 2/4 verses, 6/8, but still the same pulse. Otherwise, he has many occasions where he writes something, but there's nothing there. So there's no excuse to suddenly go off on a completely different tempo. Believe you me, I also believe that Schubert is very much more systematic, knowing what he's doing, 10 times more systematic than anything in Schumann, as systematic as Wolf, who has a reputation for all these markings and all these requests. But Schubert's requests are wonderfully worked out, wonderfully logical, and extremely reliable. And I've found, after many years, that following what he does and trusting him is the best way of doing his songs. Just trusting what's there and trying to read what's on the page. And,
it's hard enough, isn't it? It's so hard, Schubert. It's really...
But blinkende Sterne, I can see why people suddenly, let's do it blinkend. But it's not about that, it's thousand. What a weight off my mind. I've let those dreams go, and now I am just with nature. We don't want any sense of panic. I think actually what is very rewarding about songs like this, though, is that the deeper you go into what's on the page and what's left, and how wonderful that you've got your whole career and your whole singing life ahead of you for this. No, but I mean, you know, it's sad as we get to a point when the discoveries are coming to an end in terms of the energy. The discoveries are coming to an end because we've done our best, but it's up to you now to stand on other people's shoulders and go forward, you know, because that's what experiments and talking are. But I think the feeling that you can trust Schubert more than many people do. I mean, we know that, there's a reputation that he was a little bit vague. Well, he may have been a little bit vague with his friends and a little bit vague in terms of social commitments. But on his music, it's dead unvague. It's there to be discovered if you know how to read him. And that's what takes a few years to learn, many years.
Can we do the last section
Yeah.
just to play us out?
Play us out.
Auf der Welle from there.
To auf der Welle.
Auf der Welle blinken, tausend schöne Sterne, und Liebe trinken, links der Ferne, Orgel auf Welt, stille Stadt in der Luft, und in Seele spiegelt sich der Reine gefragt. Auf der Welle blinken, tausend schwebende Sterne, und Liebe trinken, links der Ferne, weiche Liebe trinken, links der Ferne, auf der Welle blinken, tausend schwebende
Lovely. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. How lovely. Thank you so much. Absolutely lovely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
For the master self. achtergrond zijn. Oké. Want als je die twee die nou naast staan, ja. Die eerste nog op het zuur staan, als je die echt op kunnen zetten, dat zijn er natuurlijk... Dan kun je niks meer zien. Nee, precies. Het is ook te knijpen. Ja, dat kan je niet maken. Zullen we zo gedaan hebben? Gewoon op de hand en dan kunnen we even met de camera bepalen. Kunnen we proberen? Ja. Dat is waar. Ja, we zetten die camera hier in het hoekje. Ja, ik zou het aanstaan. Ja, kunnen we even nog afstellen wat het felste is. En dan verder, dat gaat natuurlijk anders een keer. Ja, nou dan gaan we nog maar gaan. Ja, ik ben nog niet nog niet.
Dat lag hier, zag ik toen ik wegging. Ik dacht, er waren dingen dan. Nee, dan ligt het hier. Waar staan deze? Met nieuwe bediening.
Zijn jullie van de microfoon? Ook niet? Oké. Waar zijn die dan? Ja, horen dol te worden zeg. Dan kan je nee, dat kun je niet. Ja, maar het is veel te vroeg. 5 minuten zien alleen al. Ja, dat is
We need to get these microphones.
yeah, that's what it is. I just want to know how this sounds. It's not so bad. Huh? No. U bent van die microfoons en zo? Oh, nou, oké. Let's do it then. Eerst. En alles best. Ja. Oh nee, sorry, dat lijkt bij mij niet zo. Nee, dat zit zo tegen mijn hoofd. But it's also because when you have glasses on top,
Yes.
then you have a problem.
Ja, maar doe het wel.
Nou ja,
Iedereen had zijn bagage laten liggen.
Ja, ik dacht dat ook mevrouw daarvoor aan had zelf voor meegenomen. Ik dacht, dat is echt zwaar. Nou, er is er niet een sjaal liggen. Ik denk, die heb je speciaal meegenomen.
Ja, ik dacht er wel over. Oh, even niet.
nee, ik heb het zelf.
In groen. Ja, dat kan. Het is op.
Nu al.
Dan ga ik.
Ja, ik denk dat meestal hebben ze er nog wel een beetje geschikt aan. Ja.
zal wel voor de streaming.
One song that we don't have here because you have to decide which you like more.
Well, if you need more, we only have meervoud.
Ja, daarom. Ja, ik dacht.
Oké, maar als dat...
Can you? I think I should have it on my profile. Getting another one for the Oh, that's my notes. But you shouldn't skip it because you haven't.
Oh, well, you never know with me. Ik ga toch even mijn tas halen. No, probably not.
Yeah,
Oh, a little bit.
Well, that's getting louder, yeah.
I have to watch out because I can speak very loudly. Now he's like, I'll take Sibelius away.
What else was on yesterday? Oh, sorry. What else was on yesterday's program?
Puisque l'aube grandit, la lune blanche.
Oh, that.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I see most faces were here just before, so I keep it very brief. Nice that you're here again. Nice to see everybody on the internet. It's being followed very well on the live stream. And this afternoon we have Jart van Nes and David Selig, who will work with Johanna Will from Germany, Niels Bassers from Germany, Fabian Langgoed and Camille Lemonnier, also both from Germany, Maximilian Vogler and Sebastian Isler, Germany and Switzerland. Wish you a great afternoon and a warm welcome for Jart van Nes and David Selig.
Yeah, Johanna and Sebastian.
Niels.
Now, it will be in English because David is Australian and French now.
Yes,
Aren't you?
correct.
So I hope you all understand English, but you probably do. We start with Von ewige Liebe. And
I will come and
stop
turn the
already
page.
because half an hour is not much. So let's see how far we come. Yeah? A lot to say. Try both of you, give direction to what you do. It's standing still. Yeah? And for the singer, this first part is just describing, or you're German, you know, describing what is going on, which is nothing. It's just dunkel, wie dunkel, in Wald und in Feld. Now, I have a problem. You are German, but I have a problem with your German. I'm sorry. It's, yeah, you say Abend. Bend. Yeah, I learned from Professor Ludwig, think of A umlaut, Abend. So you stay more in the resonance, yeah? And dunkel, wie du, just go. And it has nothing to do with the tempo. Yeah? My pianist used to say the tempo is good, but it's too slow. And it's totally clear what he meant, I think. Let's do it again, yeah? Yeah. Okay. Schon ist es, nun schweiget die Welt. And can you pronounce much more consonants? Yeah? Ludwig said to me, spucken, please. Yeah? So spit it out and go from one consonant to the other, and then the vowel will come anyway. And watch out, it is dunkel and not dunkel. Yeah?
It's not so easy. I remember very well at Krista Ludwig's masterclass that we were both there, and she gathered together the singers at the end of this course of 2 days. And I don't know, maybe there were 10 singers, and she lined them up on stage. She said, sprechen. It was a good, interesting lesson.
Yeah, it's too neutral. So lean on your consonants. And the funny thing is, it gets legato then. You think not, but you do.
since we are working a little bit at this beginning, maybe a little word about the piano. I would like you to have a very strong imagination of what it is that you're describing. Do you feel this? Hopefully. I don't feel quite enough of it. And what happens when this same music comes back the second time? What's the difference?
In the first part, I think it starts describing of nature,
Yes?
atmosphere, and then someone is coming.
Yes, that's right. Well, I don't feel enough potential for that change, and maybe I'm a little bit influenced also by what I heard in the competition. But I think you could try to play this much more with direction, but very soft and very mysterious. And I'm not exactly sure if there is a strong emotion here, but it's not sad. It's a little bit surprised and experiencing the nature very strongly. But you should be very, very soft and still inside. And for instance, at the end of the second bar, now you do do, da, di, wa, tu, da. I don't think that's needed. That's already too expressive. And you could save the action and the engagement for the second verse. So let's try. Very still. I will just talk loudly if I... Oh, there we go.
No, it will. There.
This one? I would try not to think of the first note as a start. But think a bow's beginning very, very softly and still. I hear it at down.
Imagine that you're playing cello.
Yeah.
Make these lines.
Let's try.
Huh?
Much better.
Yeah, sorry. Und. I hear a diphthong. Und. Yeah? And now, dunkel, wie dunkel. Do it there, to make the curl shorter. At least not louder. Yeah?
This is much nicer. This is much nicer now, and still and listening more than producing. Okay, since we are taking this music and exploring, I have a question about schweiget. This word, it's a special word, and I am sure you know what it means, but at the moment I hear the opposite of schweigend from you both. Nun schweiget, but it should, and the chord is very particular. It's there to color that word, and you should both suspend, play softer.
Come immediately with the S. Ist es. Yeah, I hear ist es. Okay. Isn't it funny? She's German. Now it shows how difficult singing is. Oh. You're doing a great job, both of you.
From the beginning? Yeah.
Oh. Once more. That boy, how he is.
No, right now I'm seeing a lot of consonants.
But too much in Gebüsche, because it's umlaut, you lengthen it. And führt sie am Weidengebüsche vorbei, redet so viel und so manchmal. He's talking, because he's nervous. So try to see this boy and make clear why he's talking, because that comes after this. Yeah?
I think you could plan this section of the music a bit more carefully. And for instance, at the end of this, when the boy is about to speak, there's meant to be a little bit of a build-up of sound and a crescendo towards that. And at the moment that's missing, maybe because you're singing a little bit too full, perhaps thinking about the words. But both of you could keep it contained, a little more active, but not too big in sound, so that there's lots of room to grow. And still, when we start with the boy, there should still be lots of room. So that takes a bit of planning. So not too soon crescendo, especially from the piano.
Yeah. Okay, kommt aus dem Dorfe.
Kommt aus dem Dorfe der Bursche heraus, gibt das Geleit der Geliebten nach Haus, führt sie am Weidengebüsche vorbei, redet so viel und so Leidest du Schmach und betrübst du dich, leidest du Schmach von anderen um mich, werde die Liebe getrennt, so gespennt, schnell wie früher vereiniget sind.
Yo, sorry. It's no Accelerando here yet.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, good.
Of course, I think it's right that you have the feeling you would like to move forward, but the whole song will work better if you resist that feeling and then let it go.
It's very hard.
And now the word schnell. When you do schnell, Lieder, schnell wie wir, there's nothing in it. When you do schnell wie wir, then it's fast. Yeah? So come with the L earlier, with the tip of your tongue. And for Germans, it's a lot easier than for Dutch, because we say schnell. Oh, you know. Schnell wie wir. Ja, leidest du Schmach von anderen um mich. He's worried, because people are talking. People always talk, you know. So he's worried for her. Can you show that without getting faster? Leidest du Schmach?
Leidest du Schmach und betrübst du dich, leidest du Schmach von anderen um mich, werde die Liebe getrennt, so gespennt, schnell wie wir früher vereiniget sind. Scheine mit Regen und Scheine mit
I would just like to talk a little bit about how you do the build-up into this big climactic point. And you have to take a special care about texture, and you do, it's beautiful sound, overall sound, but you could listen with more different dimensions. So I think at the beginning of this, what we need to hear is the horn, not so much right hand, but when she sings lightest, then the top can come with that a little bit. Okay. And then to discuss what Yard was talking about with this big rallentando, I think it's helpful to know that this song is really a homage to one of Schubert's greatest songs. I don't know if you know this, but Schubert said that Zuleika 1 is the most lovely song ever written. And he was a great Schubert lover. And he wrote this, I am sure, as a kind of homage to that and a reworking in his own way of that song. The original key is B minor, and it has exactly the same plan. And in the Schubert song, it's exactly the same idea, that after the climax, you come down to a softer, gentle afterwards. And it's meant to be seamless without knowing that you have arrived in this calm spot, as it is in life. And I think this is exactly the same idea, that what you do with the rallentando should go directly into the tempo of that. So you can work backwards when you're building this song from the last 8 notes before that, should be almost exactly in that tempo. And then that works like a magic transition.
Can we do that in-between piece from him, which is unplayable?
Directly here?
Yes.
Yeah. Not too slow yet. It's standing still again. It's a kind of vegan lead. So again, not this way, but sprich das Mägdelein spricht. It's already the girl, and she is like all girls in that age. They're much wiser than the boys. Later it probably goes the other way around, but when you're 16, girls are much farther than boys. So, come on, nothing wrong. And that's what I want to hear, yeah? Sprich das Mägdelein. And don't stand still, please, yeah? Can we, you felt it now, that a rallentando is gradually, but still has to keep a line, go somewhere, yeah? Always have the last tone of a song in your head when you start with the first. And here also. Can you do it once more? It's unplayable, I know.
I think that you could try to listen a little more to the left hand and the horns all the way through, and more singing. Yes, bright singing. I'm sorry to stop you again. I think at this point, it's still a little bit wilder from what he said. And don't calm down too soon. Only when the line starts coming down. Actually, exactly when it's written would be good. But it's still very fiery here, and it's still him all over the place.
That's very good.
Spricht das Mägdelein,
Go.
spricht.
Keep the line.
Unsere Liebe, sie trennt sich nicht. Fest ist der Stall und das
nur F. Fest ist der Stahl, ja, und das Eisen gar sehr. Unsere Liebe, I hear too much Labe. Now I'm exaggerating, yeah? So, unsere Liebe ist fester, fester, noch mehr. So that it's really good, yeah? Somehow it doesn't feel logical, the sprich das make the line. What do you think? Can we do that once more and keep the line? Whatever happens, keep the line. Yeah?
Spricht das Mägdelein, Mägdelein spricht.
Don't stop.
Unsere Liebe, sie trennt sich nicht. Fest ist der Stahl und das Eisen gar sehr. Unsere Liebe ist fester noch mehr.
Good. That's much better. I would like you to be able to always listen, be very careful, attentive to have a contact with the words. And a few times, and also in the competition round, I feel that you go somehow a little bit with your own feeling over the top of the words. And when she's coming down, just the last bar, fester noch mehr. And it's not a question of volume decibels, it's a question of how you listen, keep contact with the words, and open the sound up a little bit more and don't be too massive. And you need to listen to where there is space in the sound for the voice and leave that space. Can we just try that?
Well,
Fest ist der Stahl is good.
Can I just tell you something? I feel sometimes that you are stopping. The movement should go regularly on and on and on. And sometimes on the second beat, I have the feeling that you draw back. Don't.
Okay.
I mean, I learned, when you do what the composer asks you to do, you have 90% of your interpretation. And it's true, it's really true. So don't interpret it too much. First let the music speak for itself, and then your own personality can come with it. But when you start to throwing in your own personality before the pieces in your body, then we have a problem.
Yeah.
You understand what I say? Okay. You don't have problems with the English?
No.
Good. Good. Fest ist der Stahl. Yeah?
Fest ist der Stahl und das Eisen gar sehr. Unsere Liebe ist fester.
Okay, sorry. Now you have really to go on.
Yeah.
Here. Because you hinder her, actually. Yeah? Can you go unsere Liebe? Unsere Liebe. There.
Unsere Liebe ist fester noch mehr.
Don't slow down. Now. That's beautiful.
Eisen und Stahl, man schmiedet sie Unsere Liebe verwandelt sie Eisen und Stahl, sie können zergehen.
Yeah, not too loud. It's not necessary. Everybody hears you anyway, yeah? So don't be too loud. Yeah. I have still problems with the endings of words. Unsere Liebe ist fester noch mehr. Although you say in German mehr, but you could try to do an R. Just that's a clear ending. And then Eisen und Stahl, man schmiedet sie And sie können zergehen. Double N. And it können. You know that. You Germans are very good at speaking, articulating. Can we do the last Eisen und Stahl?
Very good. Yes, yes. I would like to ask for something. A possibility that there's these two big crescendos when the girl is speaking. And to build these, sometimes it feels like you come to a point when it's down. And then it's hard to keep this crescendo going. So if we could try once, and you think of each step of the crescendo breathing in. And continue breathing in until you know where you're aiming for the high point.
Yeah.
And at the high point, you have a note that goes over the top of the voice, and this note you should be listening to, not just the whole chord. Yes. Exactly. Yes.
I
And
have
that should be
one
right.
idea, perhaps you don't like it, but I feel this as a kind of bell. So,
Yes.
what do you think?
Absolutely.
Good. No, he's the pianist.
Three bars before that. And I like very much your idea of a completely new voicing here. You're bringing out this middle voice. That's good. But at the same time, you have to listen to the other voice, which is going to go further on. So that's listening to different dimensions all the time.
Eisen und Stahl, man schmiedet sie Unsere Liebe verwandelt sie
Good. Don't slow.
Eisen und Stahl, sie können zergehen.
Yeah, okay. Watch out.
For me, this last crescendo is much better and much more horizontal and gives her much more room and space. That's a very good idea.
I have a problem with these things. Oh yeah, there. I like it, this bell, you know? Bell. And now I understand you a lot better. With können, dare to sing on the consonants, M and N, and give them the same volume as the vowels. Also we get this kind of, how do you say that? Okay. Gaten. Yeah, okay. Huh? Holes, yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Let's do this Eisen und Stahl, and then we have to stop.
Eisen und Stahl, man schmiedet sie Unsere Liebe verwandelt sie
Sorry. You slow down just before she has to start again.
Here.
Yeah,
I mean,
don't.
yeah.
Because it kills her.
Yeah.
Then the whole piano is hanging on her throat. You have also these conductors who do that. You have to go up in a line, which is anyway very difficult, especially when it's pianissimo. And then they slow down, and the whole orchestra is hanging on your throat. So watch out, yeah? Yeah. Don't give an interpretation which is not asked. Good. Once more.
Eisen und Stahl, man schmiedet sie
jaw, but that's about it. Yeah? You don't need to open up so much. Yeah? So when the unsere Liebe, where are we here? Unsere Liebe, unsere Liebe muss ewig, you have to take an enormous breath and put your body underneath. It's a heavy song to sing for the voice. Can we just do the last, this one? Unsere Liebe. Yeah? Start here, please, and then not start before it says ritardando, and then also when it says ritardando, it's not already slow. It starts going to slow down. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, do this for me. Yeah. Now it's.
But don't you
agree?
feel something like here?
No, why?
Because of the harmony.
I think that you could do that without necessarily starting that on a tanto, that you can make space and be expressive and free, but still.
Yeah, you have a freedom, but the pulse has to be there.
Yeah.
And when you stop the pulse, you have a problem, because then it stands still. See?
Yeah.
But it's very difficult to have a lesson with all these people looking. So please, only positive vibes this way. This one is not going to work. Now we get
Welcome.
Fabian
and Camille.
I don't know. Meervaart. Do you know what is going to be now? Songs? Okay, good.
I think since this is a shorter song, we could listen to this once through, if you agree.
Yeah, fine. It gives you a little bit time to get accustomed to us and to them. Yeah?
und wogt es hin und her. Vier Arme schwammen vorüber, trostlos auf weitem Meer. Trostlos auf weitem Meer, auf weitem, weitem Meer.
Beautiful. Very beautiful, and I think you feel more at ease here than perhaps the previous time, and of course, very beautiful and well structured. There's something that's it's a very deep, dark, rich song, and you carry this across really very well, and the middle part getting excited and then coming back down, that's beautiful, and very, very well sung. Great. There's something that's difficult in this song that's specific about playing the piano that is our great frustration in compared to a singer. And when we push the key down, the sound goes and then it goes away. And we don't have vibrato, we don't have a bow. And that's the hardest thing in this song, I'm sure you know. So it's interesting to try to find a way to make the sound big, and in a way there is drama in this song, and you have that, but to make the sound as long as you can. And it's a little bit of an illusion, but in the end, if you believe enough in that illusion, it will become real. And for instance, just a physical thing about when you start the song with the first tune, it's hard to make that big crescendo and have a big sound. It's such a strange to have this note that already signals drama and tragedy somewhere. And you play a little bit like bom, ta. And if you can absolutely believe that all the rest of the music, but also physically your arm can carry this sound longer, imagine I don't know if you imagine an instrument playing this tune.
I'm more into the brass section.
Good. I think it's a horn, definitely. Very good. So, but if you, I see, and I saw this yesterday also, that when you play this, and if you would just keep the arm a little bit more concentrated and believe. And you can also use the rest of the piano sound to help you with that.
Yeah.
Listen to the rest. So if you don't mind, we could just try the beginning and try and feel this long, long sound.
And I think also when you start on that C, that you shouldn't attack the C, but just glide into it. And then the crescendo you can do with your left hand as well. Yeah?
Just one more little idea, and then we can go on. What's also very important to manage this sound is that at the end of the D, you make sure that the next sound comes out of that, and be very demanding on yourself for that. And then all that thinking and believing, and you also can sing inside, that will really do it. This is much better already. Go on.
Sorry.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Nobody wants to see you die on stage. So, do me a favor, if you have to take a breath, take it.
Yeah.
but prepare it that it's absolutely right that you take a breath. Yeah? And now, traulich. Can you do something with non-vibrato or just stretch it a little bit that it really is sad? Yeah, when you sing wir saßen beisammen traulich.
It's traulich,
Huh?
which is positive.
Traulich. No, yeah, okay. I'm just trying to let you listen to the color.
Yeah, but
Yeah?
the color is positive, isn't it?
Yeah, but still, it's the word traulich. Yeah.
Yeah, but traulich is something intimate, no?
Okay, but
For me, sorry.
yeah, I understand what you say, but wir saßen beisammen traulich. Can you do something intimate with it?
Yeah.
And not neutral.
Yeah.
That's what. And now another thing. I watched you yesterday, and this way singing is very awkward. Can you be like an Hafenarbeiter or something? Yeah. Just stand and be something and give energy in your body.
Yeah.
Because it makes it a lot easier with singing. That's why we have long dresses. Sorry.
Mein Liebchen, wir saßen beisammen traulich im leichten Kahn. Die Nacht war still und wir schwammen auf weiter Wasserbahn. Auf weiter Wasserbahn.
Yes, and just a couple of things beautiful, much longer sound. Sometimes
Leichten Kahn. Can you give a kind of color to it that it's really light?
Yeah. I think my
Does
problem.
it feel better?
Yeah. I think my problem with the song is that the poem is quite. It doesn't give away the ending, whereas the music.
It starts
Gives it
already.
away.
Yeah. Well.
that is a major question with this song.
Yeah.
And it's a very interesting question. It makes it a particular thing for Brahms.
Yeah.
So, yes, you have to find a way of making that work.
Sweet. That's the.
Yes, mysterious, I'm not sure.
But lines, I think. Legatissimo. And also, don't make the voice too dark. Because when you do that, and it's not going to work. And when you sing here, try.
There's
Lift
a
it
couple
up.
of things that can help. First of all, the original key of this song is for tenor, and this makes this song sound already very dark, and that's okay because the subject is dark. So you're going to sing it, and I think it's a beautiful song for a baritone to sing. But indeed, if the piano sounds in the deep, you can avoid going too dark too soon, and then I think the last page can sound in a darker color, and that's fine. Beautiful. Beautiful. I just wanted to say that when this theme comes back out, if you could not do this, avoid doing that. So concentrate the sound. And I wouldn't move the arm too much.
Mein Liebchen, wir saßen beisammen traulich im leichten Kahn. Die Nacht war still und wir schwammen auf weiter Wasserbahn. Auf weiter Wasserbahn.
I'm sorry to stop before you sang, and the intention was very good. Something changes here. Really very important. And I think you need to imagine that change a tiny bit earlier than you do, with that last melodic note in the piano, because that's a huge harmonic surprise, and that will help him a lot. And I know it's not exactly written like that, but the music does lift up and the left hand comes up, and you can really find a new sound with that spot, with the ha.
Do you have enough energy then with a baan that it doesn't drop in energy?
Which one? The first one?
The Wasserbaan,
Yeah.
the DG. That you really make it, that one. And don't do Hahn, but try really to connect them. And go somewhere and think that there's another note coming, because then it gets exciting. Die Nacht, still. Can you make double L? Still. Yeah?
Die Nacht war still und wir schwammen auf weiter Wasserbahn. Auf weiter Wasserbahn.
Sorry. That's what we always do. We sing softly and then we forget to articulate.
Yeah.
The Geist. Give it a color. Singing piano is also a different color. That's enough. And then Insel. Die Schöne. Try it. Just dare. It's a matter of daring. Yeah? Just exaggerate, whatever you do. And
Die Geisterinsel, die schöne, lag dämmerig im Mondenglanz. Dort klangen Liebetöne und wogte der Nebeltanz. Dort klang es lieb und lieber und wogte es hin und her.
Sorry.
that was very good.
Yeah.
So you see, you can do a lot with colors.
Yeah.
Because just singing piano because he asked you to sing piano and it doesn't have anything underneath it, it's no use. Yeah?
Very good. This is difficult sound management, and I think that you could feel this crescendo of this kind of wild dance on this bizarre island thing, a little more strange and a little more free inside. And at the moment, you're really keeping the accelerando going, and you can do that, but use the dance rhythm a little more, and a little more flexible and stretching as it grows bigger and bigger. So this one, because the dance becomes something almost terrifying, since that you can't get there. And that needs a little bit more space, I think, than you give. So dare to be a little bit freer in that crescendo.
Where do we start? Yeah, die Geist. Yeah, okay.
Personally, I like the words. I think that if you found something to be more surprised in the die Geisterinsel,
What you can do is come a little bit too late with Geister. She plays on, and that you kind of prepare that you're not singing an A flat, but you're singing an A. Yeah, from as naar A. So, just, it's a matter of daring. She goes on, I think. I hope. Can you do
And I also think that the freedom can come very much from when this is a miraculous piece in terms of the harmony, for me. Really, that's a great invention. And I think when there's a big kind of tearing chord change, you can make that speak a little bit more, and with time, I think that you can be freer and take more time for the big, big changes.
That they realize something is going to happen.
So I even think that this one.
Yeah, it's the same.
And then you can catch it up. Take spread in those changes. Enjoy it, actually.
Dort klang es lieb und Liebe und wogt es hin und her. Viele aber schwammen vorüber, trostlos auf weitem Meer. Trostlos auf weitem Meer, auf weitem, weitem Meer.
You do beautiful things, really, but when he writes weitem Meer auf weitem Meer, there should happen something. Otherwise he wouldn't write it 3 times. So when you trostlos auf weitem Meer, auf weitem, or you sing it the first time a little bit more volume, and then as an afterthought you say weitem.
I mean, he's given up in a way.
Well,
Just, you know,
what feels
that
right
feeling
for
when
you?
moved on somewhere and you
Yeah.
see it passing,
Yeah.
you can't get back.
Well, the point is that, and we all have to do that, you have to find the way for you. We can give ideas, but you are the one who has to do it. Yeah. So if you sing trostlos auf weitem Meer, auf weitem Meer, that's possible, but you can also find another solution. As long as you do it with conviction, we buy anything. Yeah?
Yeah.
Let's do we have time? Or do we do
One more. No, I think we could do this again once.
Okay.
The crescendo. And I think that another idea that you could use to build the sound through that, there was a little problem with the timing.
Yeah,
Because it has to be more subtle somehow and supple than that when you take the time. When you take the time to build the sound up, also feel that if you could really like the singer, that the breath grows and physically your space inside grows through the crescendo. And I feel it a little bit stuck here. If you could feel the breath getting lower and lower and larger.
Yeah, and also dare to take your time. Don't be in a hurry.
Yeah.
Nobody's saying to you to hurry up.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Die Geisterinsel, die schöne, lag dämmerig im Mondenglanz. Dort klangen Liebetöne und wogte der Nebeltanz. als auf weitem Meer, auf weitem Meer.
Bravo. Within the structure of the song, you have a lot of freedom as long as you don't drop the energy. And now it was beautiful, and for everybody now it's clear that he's talking about this big sea, and then it's really big. It's big, you know. So it's like you can imagine that somebody's sitting there and saying, "Good Lord." See, and otherwise it's just neutral. That's not interesting. And you have a beautiful voice. Wow. Absolutely.
Beautiful, rich piano sound.
Yeah. Did it help? Okay, well that's the point.
Keep leaving copies. Thank you.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Maximilian.
Welcome.
Very much welcome.
So we are going to hear some French music, if you're happy to do that.
Sure.
Great. Which we didn't hear yet.
No, that's true.
Who has these cold hands? You?
Me.
Oh, okay.
All day.
Now I was a little bit worried for him.
No,
Thank
but he's the pianist. I used to be one. The beginning, these 8 notes, they're kind of bed. A bed, a teppich. Yeah? A carpet, teppich. They understand that better. And the top note is the one who sings, who has to sing. So don't ever be vertical. Go somewhere. Again, give it direction. And try to let these top notes sing. And you can do it with your left hand and kind of that way, I think.
Absolutely.
Okay.
This is
Thank God.
a particular style of French music. Graham said earlier that Duparc is the composer who bridges in a way between French melody and lied, and still it's French music. And so, of course, it's very close to Wagner. It's that kind of spirit. But the way that the music is put together has something that's typically French. And indeed, exactly what Yard said, the 8th notes are much more, should be much softer and less real. And they're just an idea of movement. And for me, perfume. That's what that is. Duft, really.
Yeah.
And the tune is the feeling, the emotion. You could think of it like that. In any case, the physical thing can be to feel 2 completely different sounds and different ways of playing. So the tune is one thing, and the accompaniment in the middle is much more distant and vaporous, also full of vapor.
Yeah.
Maybe we could try already just that idea.
Duftig.
So maybe you could exaggerate once, and it will sound maybe a little bit too rough on the tune, but make the accompaniment as far away as possible. That's good. Now, of course, that's much too much.
Yeah. Left hand.
Good.
Take
And
your time, take your time.
then one question, where's the biggest surprise? Where we just stopped, I think, yes. So then you can take the most time there and also the most change of color, the biggest.
Thank you.
Yes, but then we need a little bit more of the 8th notes through those 2 bars to sing. Beautiful.
Yes, please.
Okay,
Yeah.
beautiful. I understand now something about the way that you transfer a beautiful inside feeling into the things that are coming across.
Okay.
And I felt that also the other day, that somehow in order to make something sweet and really legato, one of the tools that you use a lot is portamento. And I like portamento, but in this music, it doesn't work because it becomes immediately oversweet and becomes like a style that is too far towards one different sort of music. And I think you have to work. That takes a lot of time. And sometimes you can, when there's these big intervals, then it could be a natural portamento. Where is the one? That's the big one.
There he writes it, right?
Yes. Bien aimé, a little bit, as long as it's light. But if you're doing Surrealist, yes, and I know, so now I understand it's not intended, and that's a tool. And as pure and in a way simple, if the feeling is deep, if you can keep it extremely simple, it will be the best.
And also, I think when you, because sometimes I hear kind of laziness in the sound.
Yeah.
Think of clear water. Yeah? So that is really this. Sometimes I tell students, think of a leaf just going on the water. Because otherwise it's too much of this.
Okay.
Yeah, and especially with the pal. Can you do it non-vibrato?
That's right.
Just try. I mean, if it doesn't work, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Simple.
Perhaps one more idea also is to your expression sometimes gets, and it's natural in this very interior music, it should be inside, but not too sad in the expression.
Okay.
That will help a lot.
And still tell it to people.
Yeah, good.
Yeah?
It's anything but a sad song.
That's true.
Yeah, yeah. That's why I talk about clear water. Watch out, watch out.
Yeah.
No.
True. Okay.
Sorry. And also, can I have a G sharp, please? No,
Yeah.
nothing. And I think you need a little bit more speaking here
Okay.
and more support so that the tone can go freely without you meddling.
Okay.
Yeah? Killing. I think it's A-May. A-May, not A-May. No, A. Yeah, it's A-May. Because it's only one consonant. Yeah? This.
Oh yes, that will help a lot.
Yeah.
But it is
Jenny. And I lost your pale. Did you hear it? It was really good. Yeah. Now on. Don't go on.
Okay.
So it's getting there.
Yeah.
Yeah? And there's nothing wrong with the voice. So don't worry.
What you can do is more exquise. That's beautiful. I think one thing is to think that the vowels really join up in this music. Much, much more than in German.
Yeah, and
Link one vowel to the next. And so you have more exquise and then more parfum. You could use this with a little bit of perfume. Just let the music do that for you.
Well, the trick is that French you sing from vowel to vowel. And so come as late as you dare with your consonant. You still have to pronounce it.
Yeah.
But it's absolutely opposite of German.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Okay. Yeah.
Could you play the two bars?
Very beautiful sound. I'm sorry to stop you in the middle of that.
Yeah.
I would like to feel slightly happier feeling
I'm
in
sorry,
it.
I'm
No,
only
and
singing
there is,
at the
of
moment.
course it's, no, of course, and that's a natural thing, it's difficult to get all this all at once. And it, in a way it is, there's a little more excuse, there's that feeling, but it shouldn't be more, not that. And I think, for me, a lot of it has to do with the eyes and more open.
And try to get your corners of your mouth a little bit towards each other. And you get an easier oh.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yes, but it's a good idea. That's fine. And it takes, this is an extremely demanding song for exactly what that is. But that's exactly the right idea. For me, the E muet sounds, the final E sounds, are a little bit heavy, and of course they're long notes, so that's difficult to do. But you could think du souffle, de la, so the fleu is a little bit less long, and also more exquise, more parfumé. That should be extremely light, this one.
Okay.
That helps a
Yeah,
lot.
the ending of the words
Always
should, lift it up. And
Okay.
you can do it by actually doing here something, give it an extra impulse this way.
Yeah. Good.
Then try it out.
Yeah.
If it doesn't work, it doesn't matter.
Just one more thought to carry away with you. The problem with the portamento thing, which is still there a little bit, and you have to, maybe it's good sometimes to record yourself, which is a terrible thing to have to go through, but you will notice that the problem actually at the moment is that the consonants are coming from the note before and not sitting on the new note, and that's what you need to try and think about.
Yeah. Come late as possible with your consonant. Du souffle of same spot?
Yes, can.
Goed zo.
That's beautiful. You did a fabulous job doing that. So many things there, and for me those consonants, that works really well.
Yeah.
That's purer and more inspired. Beautiful. Now just the interlude for the piano. It comes back, and because the whole texture is up one octave, you're gonna need a little bit more sustaining in the middle of the texture. So you need to sing the eighth notes a little bit more, still under the other, but a little more light and positive.
That's much better. But
Yeah.
there is a but, because when you come more, cœur comes later with your k, and also door come later.
Okay.
And not mon cœur or sur ton sein, sur ton sein. Yeah? Dan moet ze doe comme la mort.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah? When you hear the French speak, they always stretch vowels, which, I mean, I learned, for instance, au revoir, and then say au revoir, zeggen ze dan. But they do it, you know. So just exaggerate, be French.
And it's just
Be
a small
French.
practical thing, but the very last sound is always, it's demanding, it's a long note and things. I think you need a little more body than you're giving at the moment.
I might even take another breath.
Yeah, why not?
Why not? Why suffer?
Yeah.
And maybe in 5 years you won't need that extra breath, and then in 10 years, 10 years after that you might need more.
Exactly. I'll need one more.
Who knows? It's all a practical question. I'm not sure that it's to do with the breath. I think it's maybe having a very, very long sense of direction in front of where you want to get to. Not to more, but the middle of that note. You could try that.
I think don't sit on notes. That makes it very tiring.
Yeah.
But when you always are already, I'm always talking about direction, but when you have the next note in your mind and go to it, it's always exciting.
Okay.
Ralph Kirkpatrick said, how you sing the notes is not important, but how you go from one to the other. And that's what makes music. So don't worry, it's there. Your beautiful voice, it's all there.
Okay.
But don't produce notes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry to fuss around. I'm sorry. We're here to try. Ooh.
What?
I would just like you to be able to play that very free, and it's a typical, all music. But at the moment, I feel a little bit too much beat still, and the shape of the thing is it's free inside.
Sorry. Sur ton, non. Sur ton sein, sur ton sein. You don't pronounce the R.
Yeah.
Yeah? You know what? Why don't you do undo with a little bit air? So that it's really kind of, it doesn't have, when you look at a spot, it doesn't have a rim.
Yeah.
It's just,
It's fuzzy.
yeah, well, cloud or something. And so when you say, do, and take your time, and then you take a breath and you sing, comme la mort. Yeah? Listen, and it's not mon cœur d'or, mon cœur d'or. Yeah? Forget about air.
Yeah.
Good. A habit is the worst thing that you can have. Yeah. Sur ton sein.
Let me try again.
Bravo to both of you. Let's do Auf der Brug.
It's keen to hear. I'm not sure that this song is in your program. Schubert, Auf der Brug. Oh, you have it. Good. Okay. And also that's a way of finishing on a rather more joyous and energetic note. And good luck. Do you need any help with the turns?
No, it works.
Then you can read it. Okay.
It's great to hear this song by a tenor because it's always done by baritone. It's nice to hear this key.
Is this the original?
Doch muss endlich sich erschließen. Und freundlich wird ein fernes Licht, und freundlich wird ein fernes Licht uns aus dem dunklen Tale grüßen. Auf deinem schlanken Rücken fliegen und mich am bunten Spiel der Welt an holden Bildern mich vergnügen. Manch Auge lacht mir traulich zu und beugt mir Friede, Liebe und Freude. Und dennoch eilig ohne Ruhe, und dennoch eilig ohne Ruhe zurück zu meinem Leide. Denn schon 3 Tage war ich fern von ihr, die ich mich gebunden. 3 Tage waren Sonn und Stern und Erd und Himmel mir verschwunden. Von Lust und Leiden, die mein Herz bei ihr bald halten, bald zerrissen, fühlte ich 3 Tage nur den Schmerz und ach, die Freude musste ich wissen und ach, die Freude musste ich wissen. Drum trabe mutig durch die Nacht und schwindeln auch die dunklen Bahnen. Der Sehnsucht helles Auge wacht, der Sehnsucht helles Auge wacht und sicher wird mich Süßes ahnen. Der Sehnsucht helles Auge wacht, der Sehnsucht helles Auge wacht.
So. I have actually only one technical remark about your sound. I think you should try to get a little bit I in
Okay.
it, because it's the ah.
Okay.
And it's just...
And the mouth opens too wide?
Yeah, but it's also, I think, it probably goes a little bit backwards also, the sound. And so it falls out of the rest. And you do a fantastic job, and we can understand you everything, but there they think, right, so words like fern.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, see, don't do that. You have a different thing than what we have there. Okay, but it doesn't matter. No. Different. Yeah, exactly. Here.
This is the old one, this is the new one, but it's
Good.
exactly the same marks.
They had the same words, but not.
No, same marks. This is just the old one.
Yeah, but it's the octave in the bass. He changes and you don't.
Okay. And what changes?
Dum da da dum da da.
I played that.
You don't play that one. Is that right?
Of course.
Sorry. Then you did a good job because it had the same color. Can we just do this from der Regen, was heißt ihr doch für Busch und Art? Du weißt nicht, tiefen in Hosen. Endlich also, so was the word. Let's start, and I will tell you when it bothers me.
No.
Yeah? Okay.
I would like to just say one small thing, as usual. For me, it's beautiful, and I do understand everything. It's great. It's a very clear story. I would like to feel a tiny bit more joy in the process of making this music, which has this inner energy. And this is a category of Schubert's song where there's this durchgehen and the same motion from beginning to end, and a little more joy in the sound and lift somehow, because sometimes the middle of the sound gets a little bit too thick, also for the voice, for this type of voice, but for any voice actually. So if you could feel this, and all the way through, and with a real joy in making this music, which is kind of uplifting, and it should feel like this always. Even when it's a little bit more dramatic, after all the song is not so dramatic. No. You go through a difficult moment, but you come out the other side. Yes, and I think we should feel that even when it's unhappy, kind of light, but not. Okay. Yeah. But especially in the piano sound, and use everything you can to make it not da da di da da or wop beep beep. So always playing 2 in the bar, although it's written for. And listen to all the sound, much better. And listen to all the sound that it's got sun in it.
Richte Name, Sonderruh und Rast, mein Gutes, lasst euch Nacht und Regen. Was scheust du dich vor Busch und Ast und strauchelst auf den wilden Wegen? Dient auch der Wald sich tief und dich doch muss endlich sich erschließen. Und freundlich wird ein fernes Licht und freundlich...
There.
Okay.
Samen. Yeah. So when she starts to shout, yeah. Okay. Can you go with the Deen't auch? It says pianissimo. So.
Dient auch der Wald sich tief und dich doch muss endlich sich erschließen. Und freundlich wird ein fernes Licht und freundlich wird ein fernes Licht uns aus dem dunklen Tale grüßen.
Beautiful. I'm sorry. One more.
It's a habit. The Ferne.
I would like you, occasionally I feel that you are presenting the feeling, and I think that this feeling could be just more direct of this happiness right here. Don't show us, just be it. Okay. And I think that will really help.
Yeah, and I don't know how you can avoid it, Unfreundlich wird so fernes Licht, fernes Licht, and niet fernes Licht. I think it has to do with your jaw.
Yeah. Oh.
Just keep it closer.
Right on there.
Try it out, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't.
Ja, das ist gut. Also ich mach den auch.
Okay, fine. Good.
Oder wie du willst, spielst du 2 Takte oder so. Unfreundlich wird ein fernes Licht, unfreundlich wird ein fernes Licht, uns aus dem dunklen Tale grüßen.
I'd like, sorry, and you do a fantastic job. I'd like to have it once that it doesn't fall out,
Ja,
the color.
I would too.
So, now, do you, fair.
Ja, das ist schon fern. Das ist schon sehr offen.
Yeah, no, yeah, but it has to do with,
I know, yeah.
with your face. It's unfreundlich, unfernes. No, fernes. Can you kind? Sorry, I was thinking of shove it up your nose, but that's cocaine. But you know, never unfreundlich ist ein fer. There.
Unfreundlich wird ein fernes Licht.
Yeah, but you open up too much.
Okay, let me try again. Unfreundlich wird ein fernes Licht.
That's already better. And now, just for me, fairness. Just
Fairness.
try to sing an E. Thank you.
Unfreundlich wird ein fernes Licht. Is that too open?
Yeah,
To me it feels exactly the same, but I can't really tell.
fairness, fair. Can you just exaggerate and sing really fairness? E.
Closed.
Fairness, yeah.
Fairness, okay. Unfreundlich wird ein fernes Licht.
That's too much A. Now in between. Unfreundlich wird ein fairness Lied.
Ja, I see. Unfreundlich wird ein fernes Licht, unfreundlich wird ein fernes Licht, uns aus dem dunklen Tale grüßen.
Yeah, the voice is absolutely fantastic, and it has to do with your speak,
Yeah.
your language,
Yeah.
and so don't worry about it. It was just a little idea. I think if you close your a little bit everything, yeah, and listen to yourself.
Yeah.
First you think, am I that? Oh, well, okay. You know, but I that's the way I studied. I was recording everything when I was also my technique after I stopped the conservatory, and I taught myself basically because when I didn't like it, I had to change it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So. But you do a very good job, and this is fantastic. You really, eh? He changed so much in this half an hour. It's amazing that people actually now, this afternoon, the people who are in the classes are better singing and better playing. And it has to do with the pressure of the contest. And the contest is, well, I think it's for horse races, but you need them. That's the problem in our profession. So you're doing a great job, all of you. Oh,